Hello everyone, my name is Courtney and I am Fiber Fox Studios. Welcome to Mosaic Monday. Today we are going to be working on the first video in the series for the Farahan Mosaic Shawl. This is my very first Mosaic Shawl pattern. I am brand new to filming it and have been learning myself, and hopefully it's something that you're interested in making. I am working today in 2 colors of yarn, but there is a second video that you need to watch. It's the first one that was released for this series, and it's the introduction video. So if you have not already seen the introduction video, please hop over to that video, which I will have linked up on the screen right here in the corner, and I'll have it linked down in the description. You need to watch that video as it goes over all the sizes of yarn that you can use, the measurements of the finished shawls, including all the yarns and the colors that I used in my shawls, because I've done several of these in designing this. This is my very first fully written pattern. There is not a chart set this time. There is a fully written pattern that is available in the Etsy shop. You, of course, do not need to buy the pattern. You can follow along with me right here today in this tutorial. This video is part 1 of the tutorial. We are going to be working the first design, which is pattern number 36 of mine. We are going to work rows 1 through 38 in this video today. Then you will move on from this video to part 2, where we will begin working the second pattern, which is pattern 37, chart 2. We'll work that in a separate video, and then of course we'll end with our extension, which is pattern 36 again, to bring you out to the largest version of the shawl. And as a reminder, down in the description, I put the row start times for you guys so that you can jump to whatever row you need to the different sections. And I will have video number 2 for part 2 linked down there as well. Grab at least 2 colors of yarn, your favorite crochet hook, and let's jump into the tutorial. To begin our shawl, we need to take color A, and we're going to form the magic ring or magic loop to start the shawl. So you're going to take color A and lay it here into your hand, in between your fingers. We're going to grab the strand of yarn, wrapping over 2 fingers, forming an X. Now we want to insert our hook underneath this first strand and grab that second strand and pull it out. So we want to pull it. So we're just pulling from under. And as we come up, we can turn. And that forms our first little loop. Now we need to grab the working yarn, holding that tail and loop together. So I have the tail and loop over here kind of pinched. And we just want to chain 1 to kind of lock that position. Now from here, we're going to work a total of 5 double crochets into this ring. So we just use our fingers to stretch it out, and we begin double crochets. So here's number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And number 5. Now chain 2, 1 and 2, and we're going to place 5 more double crochets into the ring. 1. I'm going to do number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And number 5. And that ends row 1. So now the key to this is, the reason why we need our tail laid the way we do is we're working over it so that we can grab it at the end of the row and close up that center. Ta-da! So now that we've closed the center, this is what your work will look like at the end of row 1. You're going to count your stitches. You're going to have 5 double crochets on this side, 5 double crochets on this side, or down side, and that's a total of 10 stitches for row 1. So now we're going to move on to row 2. So we need to chain 1 and turn our work. Instruction for row number 2 is pretty simple. We're going to place 2 double crochets into each of our stitches. So we have 5 stitches here. So we'll have 10 double crochets worked when we finish working these 5 stitches. So now we're going to begin. We go into the first stitch, work a double crochet. There's 1. Back into the same stitch and work our second double crochet. Into the next stitch, working 2 double crochets and hitting the camera. I apologize. So we'll meet back up in just a moment when you reach the center. We're now here at the center. We're going to work 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet all into this chain space. So we're going to begin that now. So we go 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 and 2, and 1 double crochet. Back into that ring. And now a repeat for the downside is just like over here. We're going to work 2 double crochets into each stitch on this side as well. So to give you an idea of how this is going to work throughout the shawl, whatever we do on the right side or left side, depending on how you're working, but whatever we do on our side where we're working up towards the peak, towards the center, is mirrored over here when we work down towards the bottom edge. So you're just going to do that all the way through. Anything we do on the first side, you will mirror on your second side working down. At the end of row number 2, once you count all of your stitches, you have 10 stitches moving up towards the center, plus a double crochet worked into that center chain space. So each side of your shawl will now have 11 stitches for a total of 22 stitches for both sides. And we're going to move on to row number 3. So again, we chain 1 and turn our work. So we begin row 3 now by working 2 single crochets into this first stitch. So go into that first with our first single crochet and now our second. Now we're going to work towards the center, placing 1 single crochet into each stitch. So into the next 10 stitches, you're going to place 1 single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and number 10. Now we're here at the center. We're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet all into that chain space. 1, chain 2, oops, it's a single crochet. Now we're going to work 1 single crochet into the next 10 stitches. So make sure you find that first stitch so your count won't be off. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and if you separate it out, you got 2 stitches here. So here is the next one, and 10. And then right here on the end is our last stitch of the row, and we're going to work 2 single crochets into that one. So last stitch gets 2 single crochets. And that ends row number 3. This is what your work will look like at the end of row number 3. Now we're going to move on to row 4. So we need to chain 1 and turn our work. And we begin row 4 by working 2 single crochets into this first stitch. There's 1 and number 2. We're going to work 1 single crochet into the next 12 stitches. So we are going to begin now just working a single crochet into each stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and number 12. Now we're here at the center chain 2 space, and this time we're going to work 2 single crochets, chain 2, 2 single crochets into that chain space. Going there into the center, 1 and 2, chain 2, back into it, 1 and 2. Now we need to work down, placing 1 single crochet into the next 12 stitches, and then we will work 2 single crochets into the last stitch of the row. And then at that point, we are going to bind off because we'll be switching and bringing in color B next. But we got to make it there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and number 12. And now last stitch of the row, kind of hiding out here. Make sure you get into it. And work 2 single crochets into that last stitch. Now we're going to chain up 2, 1 and 2, and we want to clip our yarn now, and we're going to actually leave that tail hanging and begin row 5. I'm going to clip that yarn. Leave a decent tail. That way you have plenty to work with when you're binding off and weaving in at the end of the project. And we're just going to pull that up, grab that tail, and cinch it down, making that little knot right there. Row 5 begins now. At the end of row 4, we had a total of 32 stitches, which is 16 stitches per side. So 16 here, 16 here. Now we're going to join on with color B. So you're going to grab color B, and we want to return over here to this first stitch, and we're going to join on there. So we start to have our tails on one side, and we're going to be working one-sided only without turning our work. We're going to be clipping at the end of every row from this point forward in this tutorial. So I'm going to show you how to join on your yarn one time. And then from there, I'm going to assume that you know to join on and work 2 single crochets into the first stitch of every row when you join on your new color. And that is every single row, 2 stitches are worked in the first stitch, 2 stitches are worked in the last stitch. They're going to be single crochets, by the way, obviously. So let's join on. So we're here at the beginning of the row, and hopefully we can get some focusing going on. There we go. So at the beginning of the row, you will look just like any other time. You're going to be able to see the V's. We want to make sure that we find that first V and we get completely into that stitch. And when we go in, if you were kind of stretch it out and look, you'll see that it's sharing the same spot with the stitch right beside it. And if you don't see that, then you're not in your true first stitch of the row. So make sure to maintain count. You need to be counting all of your stitches, and you need to make sure that you're joining on in the first stitch of the row. So we grab our yarn, and we're going to pull up that loop. Chain 1 with the tail and working yarn. Now allow your tail to fall. And we want to complete the single crochet. We're working 2 of them into this first stitch. So we're going to go back in. That's our first single crochet. Now you can kind of tug on your tail to kind of tighten that up a little bit. And we're going to go back into the same spot and do a second single crochet. So 2 single crochets when joining on every row. Now we're going to move down this row's repeat. Very simple. We're going to be working 1 single crochet in the back loop from this point forward. Other than our border stitches when we're working the first and last stitch of the row, all other single crochets are going to be worked in the back loop only. So from this point forward in the pattern, you're working in overlay mosaic. So we're going to place 15 single crochets over the next 15 stitches, 1 in each. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and number 15. Now we're here at the center, and into the center we are going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. So going into the chain space, working 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 single crochet. Oops. Now we're going to work our downside. So we're working a single crochet in the next 15 stitches, and then 2 single crochets in the very last stitch of the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Last stitch of the row, we're working completely in it. Working 2 single crochets into that last stitch. There's 1, and here is number 2. Now we need to chain up 2. And clip our yarn. Bind off. So that ends row number 5. This is what your work will look like. It will start to flatten out and relax as we build out more of our shawl. Don't worry. It will look more like that as we get bigger. But at the end of row 5, you now have a total of 36 stitches, 18 stitches per side. So you are counting the stitch that we put into that chain space on this side. You count that one all the way down here to the end. I don't know if I mentioned that before, but that is the correct way to count. The only thing we're not counting is our chain space. So our chain 2 space here in the center is not counted as a stitch. Otherwise, you count it. So now let's move on to row number 6, and we will be back working in color A. Row 6 begins now. We are working in color A, and I have joined on working 2 single crochets into the first stitch of the row. It's really important that you do that. Do not miss that step. So now we're going to begin to work row number 6, and we need to do 1 single crochet into the next stitch. Now we're going to work 3 double crochets over the next 3 stitches, and these are mosaic double crochets. So we're going to wrap our yarn, identify the next stitch, and we slide down 2 rows below, picking up that front loop. This is how all your double crochets will be worked from this point forward in the pattern. So now we just finish out a double crochet just like normal. So there's number 1. Number 2, and number 3. Now we're going to work 3 single crochets over the next 3 stitches. So just like any other mosaic, if you are not sure where your next stitch is, you can fold back these double crochets, and behind here, you can count the single crochets that we're skipping over basically. 1, 2, 3. So each double crochet will take up 1 stitch back there on that row, and when they're laid in place, they cover them up. So we're going to know that this is our next stitch. So we begin doing our 3 single crochets. So here's number 1, number 2, and number 3. One double crochet into this next stitch. Three single crochets over the next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and 3. 5 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 4, and last but not least, number 5. Now we need to work 1 single crochet into this next stitch, and we'll be at the center now. Now here at the center, we're going to do this center a little bit different than all others. We are going to work the center by going into that space, and we're going to do 2 single crochets into the chain space. So let's pull that apart so you can see. It's right there. We need to squeeze 2 single crochets in there. 1 and number 2. Scoot them over. Now we're going to go down. We're going to do 1 double crochet in the center of the chain space, and we're going to be anchoring here to this chain space from the previous row. So squeeze it apart. This is what we're looking for. So we're going down here 2 rows below, basically. Some would call this a row below, but we're going here, and we're just going to pick up that whole chain space. So I kind of folded back the chain space in blue to work 1 double crochet around that chain space in the center. Now we got to go back to the chain space, and we're going to squeeze in 2 more single crochets all into that chain space. It won't be this tight any other time when we're working the center. It's only this row 6. There's 1, and back into that center, squeezing in number 2. Now, before we move on, if you're worried that you're going to miss this double crochet that's in the center, you can put a stitch marker around it, because we're going to be working in it in the following row, but that is what your work should look like at this point. Now we're going to begin to work our downside, mirroring what we have done on the side where we worked up. So we go over here to this side. Make sure that you push everything back so you can see your first stitch. You're going to place 1 single crochet into this stitch right here. Back to working in the back loop only. 5 double crochets. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. And then we're going to do 3 double crochets over these next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and number 3. Now we're here at the end of our row. We're going to work 1 single crochet into this next stitch, 2 single crochets into the last, going completely into the stitch, 1 and number 2. Now we can chain up and bind off. After completing row 6, we now have a total of 43 stitches. We have 21 stitches on this side, plus the 1 center double crochet, and then 21 stitches down this side, for a grand total of 43 stitches. So now we are going to move on to row number 7, where we will be working in color B. We begin row number 7 by doing 2 single crochets into the very first stitch. Now we work 5 single crochets over the next 5 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and number 3. Now we're going to work 5 single crochets over these next 5 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to work 3 double crochets all into this very next stitch. So we're going to go and pick up that loop. 1, 2, and number 3. Now we're going to be skipping into the center to work the center. So technically we're skipping over 2 stitches back here. So we've worked this stitch. We're going to skip 1, 2, and work the double crochet in the center. So instead of a chain space this time, we have the center double crochet. And into the top of that center double crochet in the back loop only, we're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. So if you look at that double crochet, we go right back here and just pick up the back loop of it. We work 1 single, chain 2, 1 single back into that same stitch. Now we're going to begin working our downside. So we're going to skip these next 2 stitches, coming here and working 3 double crochets all into this 1 stitch. So stop tapping the camera. I'm so sorry. Right here, working 3 double crochets. There's number 1. Number 2. And number 3. Now we're going to work 5 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 1 single crochet right here on top of that double crochet. 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 5 single crochets over the next 5 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. Now we'll work 2 single crochets into the last stitch and bind off. So here is what our work is looking like after completing row 7. At this point, we are going to have 46 stitches total. It's 23 stitches per side. Row 8 begins now, and we are working in color A. So we begin the row, of course, with our 2 single crochets into the first stitch. Now we're going to begin working row number 8 with 2 single crochets, 1 in the next 2 stitches. 1 into each of the next 2. And here's number 2. 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to work 5 single crochets over the next 5 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. Now here in the center, we're going to work 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and we will be anchoring our stitch, the double crochets, to the front loop of the center of the double crochet from row 6. So we're going to go down here and the front loop is there. It's just kind of hiding. Just going to pick it up. Double crochet, chain 2, and double crochet back into that same stitch. Now we're going to begin working the downside by starting out with 5 single crochets. We want to make sure we don't miss any stitches. We're not skipping any right now. So you can fold your work back and you can stretch on your color B row and you'll see where your first stitch is. Okay? So make sure we're not missing that. It's kind of tucking back behind us. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, quick way to know if you've worked and missed your stitch that's kind of hidden back here, the way your work is laying, you will see that if you're looking at the pattern, your 5th single crochet should be right here above this line of double crochet right here. And we're going to work our 3 double crochets here in the center. So that's one way to check. If you're not positioning where these 3 double crochets are in the center of that set of 5 from back on row 6, then you're out of placement. Once these designs get a little more set up and you see visually what's going on, it's easy to make sure you're keeping in line and going in the right stitches. Take a look. Okay? So if you stretch it out, you see the position. So now we carry on with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and number 4, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and number 3. 2 single crochets, 1, 2, and 2 single crochets in the last stitch, going completely in. 1 and number 2. And that ends row number 8. So we're going to move on to row number 9. We'll be working back in color B. This is what your work will look like. As you can see, we're starting to flatten out down here as we grow it more. And you're going to have a total of 50 stitches now, with 25 stitches per side. Row 9 begins now, and we are working in color B for this row. We have joined on and worked 2 single crochets into the very first stitch. We are going to skip this next stitch, and we want to work 2 double crochets into this next stitch. So we're going to skip 1 and work 2 double crochets into the next stitch. 1 and number 2 into the same stitch. So we have 2 into 1. Now we're going to work 1 double crochet here in the next. Now we can begin our repeat for row 9, and that is going to be 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 3 double crochets. 1 and 2. Last but not least, number 3. So that ends the repeat for row number 9. So row 9's repeat, very short and simple. We're going to work 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets. You're going to do that 2 more times. So we need a total of 3 of these. We've done 1 together. So work 2 more times. That exact set of 6 stitches over and over, 2 times. And then we'll meet up at the center. So after our third repeat of the stitches, this is what your work will look like. And we're here towards the center. We're going to work 3 single crochets over the next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to work the center by doing 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and we are now going to be anchoring these center double crochets into that chain space 2 rows below. So we're on row 9 right now, so we're going to be anchoring this on row 7, so same color here in the center. So the easiest way to do this is to fold back your current row or previous row, because we're current rows in the blue. So we're going to fold back the center chain from the previous row and kind of get it out of the way. And then we have access to that center chain 2 space. So you just want to make sure you're getting in that. You can pull on it, whatever you need to do. But we want to be in the center chain 2 so that we can work a double crochet. So we go, I just kind of stab here in the center, and I know I can pick it up that way. So I'm now coming out. I'm going to work the double crochet. So there's 1, chain 2, and I'm going back into that same chain 2 space, and I'm working 1 more double crochet. So now from here, we're going to begin working our downside. To get started, we can actually begin the repeat immediately. And so our repeat is 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets. In focus. So we start with the first single crochet right here on the top of this double crochet. There's 1, 2, and number 3. And we're going to repeat this a total of 3 times. So 1 double crochet, 2, and 3. So you're going to continue down. We'll meet back up at the row end to work the row end together. We'll finish out this all together. You're going to work 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 2 more times, and then we'll meet up. We're here at the end of row 9, and after the 3rd repeat, you're going to see that you have these stitches left. We're going to work those now together. So we work 3 single crochets next. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to work 1 double crochet into this next stitch. Two double crochets into this next stitch. One and 2 going into that same stitch. And now we're going to skip 1 stitch and work 2 single crochets into the last. And moving here into the last stitch. Now we bind off. At the end of row 9, we have a total of 54 stitches, which works out to 27 stitches per side. We're now moving on to row 10. So row 10 begins now. We are working in color A. As always, 2 single crochets into the first stitch. And now we're going to work 1 single crochet here into the next. And now our repeat for row number 10 is going to begin. We're going to work this set of stitches 2 times. So we begin the repeat with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 double crochet. 1 single crochet. 1 double crochet, and that ends our repeat. So let's recap what we've done. Row 10 repeat begins with 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet. So you're going to work that one more time, and then we'll meet up to work the center. We're back. We're at the center for row 10. I've just completed the second repeat. I have one more stitch to work before the center. So I'm going to place 1 single crochet into this next stitch. Now we're going to work the center by doing 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet. All of our centers are just going to be coming down here, meeting up to the same color, or how should I put that? So color A will join up 2 rows below to color A to do the center double crochets. And same on color B. It'll just match up to those same rows. So there's 1 double crochet, chain 2, and we go back in here, picking up that center chain 2 from row number 8, and we work the double crochet. So now we move on. We're going to begin working our downside by doing 1 single crochet, and now our repeat for the downside begins with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, and we end the repeat with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that ends our repeat for the downside. You're going to work that repeat one more time. These are your stitches that are a part of your downside repeat. It's basically the repeat in reverse. And so you're going to repeat this set one more time, and we'll meet up to do the row end for number 10. After the second repeat for this row on row 10, we have 2 stitches left. We're going to do a single crochet into this next stitch, 2 single crochets into the last stitch, and then bind off. So at the end of row 10, we now have a total of 58 stitches with 29 stitches per side. Row 11 begins now, and we are working in color B. I've worked my 2 single crochets into the first stitch. Now we begin working the row with 4 single crochets over the next 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now our repeat for row number 11 begins by doing 2 double crochets, 1, and number 2. 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 1 and number 2. 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet, and we end the repeat with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. So let's recap. Row number 11's repeat began with these 2 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets. So repeat that set one more time and meet up with me to work the center. So we've completed a second repeat on row 11, and now we're going to work our center. We're going to work 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets, this time into that center. We're anchoring down here on row number 9. So we go in and we just kind of shove in there, grab that chain space and pull it up. And do double crochet. This time we're doing 2 of them. So we go in again. Now we chain 2, 1 and 2, and back into that same chain space, 2 more double crochets. 1 and number 2. Now we're going to begin to work down, and our repeat for the down side begins immediately. And that repeat is going to be 3 single crochets. Making sure to get here into the top of that double crochet is our first stitch. There's 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 2 double crochets, 1 and 2. 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets ends the repeat for the down side. 1 and number 2. That ends the repeat for the down side. You'll just work one more time the same set. 3 singles, 1 double, 3 singles, 2 doubles, 1 single, 2 doubles. So again, it's just the same thing we did over here in reverse this time. We'll meet back up at the end of row 11 to work that together. We are now here at the end of row 11, and we have these 5 stitches left. We're going to work 4 single crochets over the next 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Now we put 2 single crochets into the last stitch, and we're done. So at the end of row 11, we now have a total of 64 stitches, which is 32 stitches per side. Row 12 begins now, and we are working in color A. This is what your work should look like. So we're starting to get more flat back here, and we're building out the pattern. You can start to see what's going on here. I've worked 2 single crochets into the first stitch. Now we begin the row by working 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. The repeat for row 12 begins now, and that repeat begins by doing 1 double crochet, and it ends with 5 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. So you're going to repeat this exact set of stitches, 1 double crochet, 5 single crochets, 3 more times. So for a total of 4 repeats. So we've worked 1 together, you work 3 more, and then meet up with me for the center. After our 4th repeat on row 12, we are going to work 1 double crochet, 2 single crochets, and then the center. So right here in this next stitch, we're going to do the double crochet, 2 single crochets, 1 and 2. Now for our center, 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and we are anchoring down here to row 10 in the center. One double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet. So now as we begin to work down, we're going to start doing the 2 single crochets first. There's 1 and 2. Now we need to begin doing the repeat, and that repeat is just like we did over here. 1 double crochet, 5 single crochets, but it's very important that you don't miss this stitch right here. This is where our double crochet starts for the repeat. We need to be placed right here, anchoring to that center double crochet. This is 1 double crochet, 5 single crochets. I'm going to work that repeat 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So now work this set 3 more times, and we'll meet up at the row end to finish that out together. So here at the end of row 12, after the 4th repeat, we begin closing out or ending the row by doing 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we work 2 single crochets into the last. And bind off. At the end of row 12, you will have a total of 68 stitches, which is 34 stitches per side. Make sure you're counting. Row 13 begins now, and we are working in color B. Row 13 begins with our 2 single crochets in the first stitch. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch the next stitch and work 2 double crochets into the following. So skip 1 and double crochet 2 times into this next stitch right here. That's number 1 and back into the same stitch. Number 2. Now we will work 1 single crochet into this next stitch, 2 double crochets into the next 2 stitches, 1 in each, 1 and 2, now our repeat for row 13 will begin now by doing 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 2 double crochets, 1, 2, 1 single crochet, and we'll end the repeat with 2 double crochets. One and number 2. So that ends our repeat. Let's recap it real quick. Row 13's repeat began with 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 2 double crochets, 1 single crochet, and 2 double crochets. You are going to repeat that set of stitches one more time, and we'll meet up for the center. I've just completed my second repeat, and we're going to work towards our center now with 4 single crochets. So, position right there, starts the 4, 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Now we're going to work our center, 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and we're anchoring the double crochets right here in the center. Go pull that out and fold the other row back. So 1 double, chain 2, and 1 double. Now we need to begin to work down, and we need to do 4 single crochets to start working down. Let's make sure we're not skipping anything. Really, really, really important. I'm a little tight through here. Here we go. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. See our position? Now we're going to begin the repeat working down. So we are going to do it in reverse this time. So it begins with 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. 1 single crochet. 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. And we end the repeat with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So you're going to work that repeat one more time and we'll meet up for the end of the row. But it is this exact set again. We're now here at the end of row 13 and we're going to work the row in together by doing 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. 1 single crochet right here in the next stitch. Now we're going to work 2 double crochets into this next stitch. So 2 into 1. 1, back into that same stitch, number 2. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch. So we're skipping 1 and coming here to the last stitch and working 2 single crochets into that last stitch, going completely in. 1 and number 2. And that ends row 13. Now at the end of row 13, you will have a total of 72 stitches, which is 36 stitches per side. Row 14 begins now, and we are working in color A. This is what your work should be looking like. 2 single crochets have been worked into the first stitch of the row. Now we begin working in on the row with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. And now we can begin our repeat for row 14, which begins by doing 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet. 1 single crochet. 1 double crochet. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet in this next stitch to end the repeat. So now we're going to recap what we've done real briefly. Row number 14's repeat began with 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, and then we will end with 1 double crochet. So you're going to start back over and work that exact set one more time, and then we'll meet up for the center. After that second repeat, we are going to work towards our center with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 2 single crochets, 1 and number 2. And now we're going to work the center with 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets, all worked in to that chain space down there on row number 12. So we just pull it up. Hopefully y'all can see where you're going. So 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, 2 single crochets or chain 2, chain 2, and then 2 double crochets back into that same chain space back here on row 12. Okay, now we begin to work down by doing 2 single crochets. We need to make sure our position we're getting in. This is our first single crochet position. It needs to be on top of that double crochet. So 1 single crochet here, 1 single crochet in the next. And now we will begin, or no, we have to do 1 double crochet in that next stitch. Now we begin our repeat. For the downside, we're going to work 4 single crochets to start the repeat. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. 1 double crochet. 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet ends that repeat. So you're going to work that exact repeat one more time. 4 single crochets, 1 double, 4 single crochets, 1 double, 1 single, and 1 double. Work that set one more time. We'll meet up for the row end. After the second repeat, we're going to end our row now. So we're going to do our row end with 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we are going to do 2 single crochets in the last. 1 and 2. Bind off. So after completing row 14, we now have a total of 78 stitches, and that is 39 stitches per side. Row 15 begins now, and we are working in color B. We begin row 15 by working our 2 single crochets in the first. Now we're going to skip the next stitch and work 2 DCs or 2 double crochets into the next stitch. So right here, 1 and number 2. One double crochet here into this next stitch. Three single crochets over the next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and 3. Now our repeat for row 15 is going to begin, and that repeat is very simple. We're going to work 3 double crochets followed by 3 single crochets. That's our entire repeat. We're going to do that a total of 5 times. So we begin the repeat with 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So you're going to continue to work 4 more sets of 3 double crochets, 3 single crochets, and then we'll meet up at the center. I've just completed the 5th repeat here on row 15, and now we're going to work the center. This is one of the few times that we're going to work in this particular manner. So as you look at your work, you're going to see these 2 stitches that you have left before the center. We're going to end up skipping both of those, but we're going to work 2 double crochets next. But we are anchoring those 2 double crochets here into this stitch 2 rows below. So we are going 1 stitch back. Normally we'd be working and anchoring somewhere here for the next stitch, but this time we are going to wrap and we're going to come back here and go to that top of that double crochet, and we are going to pick up that stitch, that front loop that's there. Okay, we work 2 double crochets into it. So 1, now same stitch, work the second. Now we're going to skip here to the center and begin working our center. We're going to work 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and this time we're anchoring to row 13 chain space. So we're going to go here in the center. Let's go ahead and fold that back, stretch it out. There we go. It's better like that. 1 double crochet, chain 2, and 1 double crochet. Now we're going to begin to work down. We have to skip these next 2 stitches, and we're going to anchor into the top of this double crochet right here and do 2 double crochets into it. So as you can see, it can kind of seem like it's hiding back there. We want to make sure that you're getting the top of that double crochet and working 2 double crochets into it. So skip, skip, and then come here, working 2 double crochets. 1 and number 2. And now into that same stitch, we need to work 1 single crochet. Right here. So it's kind of hidden by our double crochets that we've just put in. We want to work 1 single crochet there. 1. Now we're going to work single crochet in the next 2 stitches. 2 and 3. So we have a total of 3 single crochets right there. And that is truly beginning our repeat. So our repeat is going to be 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets on down for a total of 5 repeats. And we're counting these 3 as the start of the repeat. So the repeat begins with 3 single crochets. Now we'll do 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So you're going to repeat that set 4 more times, and then we'll meet up for the row end. We're here at the end of row 15. I've just completed my 5th repeat on the down side, and now we're going to do the row end together with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. 2 double crochets worked into this next stitch. There's 1 and number 2. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch and work 2 single crochets into the last. 1 and 2. And that ends row 15. So at the end of row 15, you will now have a total of 82 stitches, which works out to 41 stitches per side. Row 16 begins now, and we are working in color A. 2 single crochets are worked into the first stitch. Now our repeat for row 16 begins immediately. We're going to work this repeat a total of 3 times. We'll work it 1 time together. So we're going to begin the repeat with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Three double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Oops. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we end the repeat by working 1 double crochet. So let's recap it. Row number 16's repeat began with 4 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 4 single crochets, and we end with 1 double crochet. So you're going to continue and work this 2 more times, that exact set, and then we'll meet up for the center. After the 3rd repeat, we are going to work 4 single crochets, and then we'll work the center. So make sure that your placement is correct. Our first of the single crochets goes here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're going to work our center. We're going to do 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and just like before, we're anchoring down here into, this time, row 14 for our double crochet. 1, chain 2, and back in. Now we're going to begin to work the downside, and we get to begin the repeat immediately. Repeat begins with 4 single crochets. Let me get up here where y'all can see. See our placement. We're making sure our first single crochet of the repeat is landed on top of this double crochet. Don't miss it. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Now we work, let's see, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, oops, and 4. And we'll end the repeat with 3 double crochets over these next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and number 3. So that ends the repeat for the downside. Let's recap. Row 16's work down repeat is 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, and 3 double crochets. So you're going to work that exact set 2 more times for a total of 3 repeats, and then we will meet back up at the end of the row to work the row in together. Now here at the end of row 16, and I've just completed my 3rd repeat on the downside. So now we're going to end the row by working 4 single crochets and then 2 single crochets in the last. One, 2, 3, and 4. 2 single crochets in the last stitch. 1 and 2. And bind off. At the end of row 16, you will now have 86 stitches, which works out to 43 stitches per side. Row 17 begins now, and we are working in color B. Row 17 begins, of course, with our 2 single crochets in the first stitch, and then our repeat begins immediately, and that repeat begins by doing 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 5 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we'll end the repeat by doing 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So that finishes up our repeat for row 17. So let's recap what we've done. Row 17's repeat begins with 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 5 single crochets, and it ends with 3 double crochets. So you are going to work that exact set of stitches 2 more times, and then we'll meet up at the center. I've completed my 3rd repeat on this side. We're now going to work the center. So we work towards the center by doing 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 2 single crochets, 1 and 2. Now in the center, we're going to work 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet. Like always, we're getting down in here and picking up that chain space from 2 rows below. 1 double, chain 2, back into the same chain space, 1 double. Now we're going to work down. So we begin working down by doing 2 single crochets. Make sure your placement on that first single crochet is right here on top of this double crochet. So 1 and number 2. And now our repeat will begin, and we're going to work this downside repeat, 3 double crochets to start it. 1, 2, and 3. 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. And now we'll do 5 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's recap real quick. Row 17's down repeat begins with 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 5 single crochets. So you're going to work that exact set 2 more times, and then we will meet up for the end of the row. Now we're going to work the end of row 17. After the 3rd repeat, we are going to work 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 single crochet here in this next stitch, and 2 single crochets in the last. Traditional fully into the stitch. And bind off. At the end of row 17, we will now have a total of 90 stitches, which works out to 45 stitches per side. Row 18 begins now, and we are working in color A. Join on and work 2 single crochets into the first stitch of the row. We will now work 1 single crochet into the next stitch, 1 double crochet, and now our repeat for row 18 will begin with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 5 double crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. 3 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and we'll end the repeat with 1 double crochet. So that ends the repeat. We're going to recap what we've done. Row number 18's repeat began with 3 single crochets, 5 double crochets, 3 single crochets, and we end with 1 double crochet. You are going to work this exact set of stitches 2 more times, so we need a total of 3 repeats. We've done 1 together, and we'll meet back up when you get here towards the center. So repeat that 2 more times. I've completed the 3rd repeat on this row, and now we're here at the center. For the center, we need to work a few stitches in. We begin working towards the center by doing 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets here into this next stitch, there's 1, and here's number 2, now we're going to skip 1 stitch and move into the center, working our double crochet, chain 2, double crochet, and just like we've been doing, we're going to be anchoring this the double crochets to the chain space on row 16. So we're going in and picking that up. 1 double crochet, chain 2, and 1 double crochet. Now we're going to skip one stitch and we're going to work 2 double crochets into the next. So let's pay attention to what we're skipping. You can kind of fold back. We see this is our chain space, so we're going to skip the next stitch, which happens to be that double crochet. We're going to skip and work 2 double crochets right here into the next stitch. We're picking up that front loop of a double crochet from row 16. There's 1 double crochet, and here is number 2. One double crochet into the next. Now our repeat for the downside is going to begin with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3. We end the repeat with 5 double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that ends the repeat. Let's recap what we've done to work down on row 18. So after we work away from the center, we begin our repeat with 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and 5 double crochets will end it. You're going to work that repeat, this exact set, 2 more times, and we'll meet up at the end of the row to work the row end. I have now completed my 3rd repeat on the downside, and we're going to work the row end together, which we will work by starting out with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. 1 single crochet. 2 single crochets in the last. 1 and 2. Chain up and bind off. At the end of row 18, we now have a total of 94 stitches, which means we have 47 stitches per side. Row 19 begins now, and we are working in color B, and we are going to join on with 2 single crochets into the first stitch of the row. Row 19 begins by skipping 1 stitch, and we are going to work 2 double crochets into the next stitch. So skip 1 stitch and go here, work 2 double crochets into the same stitch. 1 and 2. Our repeat for row 19 will begin now with 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 5 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. And we'll end the repeat with 3 double crochets. 1, 2, 3. That ends the repeat. So let's recap it. Row number 19's repeat begins with 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 5 single crochets, and we end with 3 double crochets. You are going to repeat that exact set of stitches 2 more times, and then we will meet up at the center. This is what our work will look like. After the third repeat, we're going to work 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we'll work the center with our 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and we're anchoring to the center chain space back here on row 17. 1 double crochet, chain 2, and 1 double crochet. Now we're going to begin to work our downside by working 4 single crochets. So our first single crochet lands on the top of this double crochet from the previous row. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now our downside repeat will begin with 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we'll end the repeat for the downside with 5 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that ends the repeat. So repeat working down is 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 5 single crochets. So continue to work that exact set 2 more times, and we will meet up at the end of the row to work the row end. After our third repeat, we are going to work the row end with 3 double crochets. There's 1, 2, and 3. One single crochet, 2 double crochets worked into this next stitch, 1 and 2, and we skip 1 stitch and move into the last, doing our 2 single crochets. Bind off. At the end of row 19, we now have a total of 98 stitches, which is 49 stitches per side. We're moving on now to row 20, where we will be working in color A and joining on with 2 single crochets in the very first stitch. Row 20 begins with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now our repeat for row 20 begins with 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 double crochets, 1, 2, 3. And we'll end the repeat with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That ends our repeat, so let's recap what we've done. Row 20's repeat began with 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 3 double crochets, and we end with 4 single crochets. You are going to repeat that exact set 2 more times, and we will meet up at the center. After the third repeat, we're going to work 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 single crochet. Now we'll work the center by working into the chain space back on row 18 And we're going to place 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet. Now we're going to begin to work down on our down side, and we're going to do 1 single crochet. Let me show you the position real quick. Our single crochet is landing right on top of that double crochet from the previous row. Little fiddly if you're tight. Go 1 single. Now we're going to begin working our repeat for the down side, which is 3 double crochets. Number 2. And number 3. Four single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. 1 double crochet, and we end with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that ends the repeat for the down side. So we'll recap real quick. Row number 20's repeat on the down side begins with the 3 double crochets, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, and we end with the 4 single crochets. You'll repeat that exact set 2 more times and meet up with me at the end of the row. I've just completed my 3rd repeat on row 20. This is what your work is going to look like so far. We are now doing the end of the row together. After the 3rd repeat, we need to work 3 double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet. And then we're going to work 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 2 single crochets into the last stitch. 1, 2, chain up 2 to bind off. At the end of row 20, we will now have 102 stitches total, which is 51 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 21, where we will be working in color B and joining on with 2 single crochets in the first stitch of the row. Row 21 begins by skipping 1 stitch, and we're going to work 2 double crochets into the next. So skip 2 DCs here. One and number 2. One double crochet here into the next stitch. Now our repeat for row 21 begins with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3, followed by 3 double crochets to end the repeat. 1, 2, and 3. So let's recap what we have done. Row 21's repeat begins with 3 single crochets and it ends with 3 double crochets. You are going to repeat that exact set of stitches 6 more times for a total of 7 repeats, and then we'll meet back up at the center to work. I have just completed the 7th repeat on row 21's upside, working up towards the center, and now we are going to work towards our center with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 2 double crochets into this next stitch, 1, and number 2. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch and work into the center. We're going to be working our double crochet, chain 2 double crochet, and we're picking up the chain space back on row 19 to work around it to place our double crochet. Chain 2 and double crochet back into the same chain space. Now we're going to begin to work the downside on row 21, and we need to begin by skipping 1 stitch. So we're going to skip this next stitch right here, this double crochet, and we're going to come here to the next stitch, and we are going to place 2 double crochets into that stitch. Skip 1, come here, and work 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. Now we're going to begin our repeat for the downside, and we're going to work 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, total of 7 times. So we're going to do it once together. So this begins our repeat. There's 1, 2, and 3. 3 double crochets now. 1, 2, and number 3. So that ends the repeat for the downside. So our repeat on the downside, 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets. You're going to work this 6 more times for a total of 7 repeats, and then we'll meet up to end the row. I've just completed my 7th repeat of our design on the row, or set of stitches I should say. Now we're going to end the row together, which means we're going to work 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets into the next stitch, 1 and 2, and then we will skip 1 stitch and come to the last and work 2 single crochets, 1 and 2. Chain up and bind off. At the end of row 21, we will have a total of 106 stitches, which works out to 53 stitches per side. Now we are moving on to row 22, where we will be working in color A, and you will join on with 2 single crochets into the first stitch in color A. We begin row 22's repeat immediately after our 2 single crochets in the first stitch, and that repeat begins with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we end with 1 double crochet. That ends the repeat. Let's recap it. Row number 22's repeat began with 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, and we end with 1 double crochet. You are going to repeat that 3 more times. So that exact set 3 more times, and we will meet back up at the center. I've just completed the 4th repeat of our stitches, and we're now going to work the center, and we do so by working 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Now we'll work the center, 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet. We're coming in and anchoring to the chain space back on row number 20. 1 double crochet, chain 2, and 1 double crochet. Now we're going to begin working our repeat immediately to work the down side. So that repeat begins with 4 single crochets. Make sure that that first single crochet is positioned right here on the top of the double crochet from the previous row. Working in that back loop. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and number 4. 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, and 1 double crochet ends that repeat. So row 22's downside repeat begins right after our double crochets in the center around that chain space with 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet. You're going to repeat this exact set of stitches 3 more times for a total of 4 repeats, and we will meet back up at the row end. I have just completed my 4th repeat on row 22's downside, and we're now going to end the row by working 4 single crochets and then 2 single crochets in the last. Now we begin working our single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 single crochets into the last stitch of the row. You want to go completely in the stitch. And that ends our row. At the end of row 22, you will have a total of 110 stitches, which is 55 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 23, where we will be working in color B, and you will join on with your 2 single crochets into the very first stitch of the row. Row 23's repeat begins immediately with 1 single crochet here into this next stitch. 2 double crochets over the next 2 stitches. 1 and 2. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3. And we will end the repeat by working 2 double crochets over the next 2 stitches. 1 and 2. So that ends our repeat for row 23, so let's recap it. Row 23's repeat began with 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and we end with 2 double crochets. So you will work this exact set of stitches a total of 3 more times. So we need a total of 4 repeats on the side, the up side. So you will do this set 3 more times and meet with me at the center. I've completed my 4th repeat, and we're now here at the center, where we will need to work 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we will work the center. We're going to anchor our double crochets to the chain space back on row 21, and we work 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet back into that same chain space. Now we're going to work down 3 single crochets, placing our first single crochet on the top of the double crochet from the previous row. 1, 2, 3, 2 double crochets, 1, and number 2. Now we will begin our repeat for the downside on row 23 with 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and we end the repeat with 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. That's our down repeat for row 23, so let's recap it. Row 23's down repeat began over here with 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and we end with 2 double crochets. So you will start back over at the beginning of the repeat and work this exact set of stitches 3 more times for a total of 4 repeats on our downside, and we will meet up to end the row. After the last repeat, we will work the row end with 1 single crochet into the next stitch, and 2 traditional single crochets into the last stitch. And that ends our row. At the end of row 23, we will have a total of 114 stitches, which works out to 57 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 24, where we will be working in color A, and you will join on with your 2 single crochets into the first stitch of the row. Row 24 begins by working 4 single crochets over the next 4 stitches. Begin right here. Next stitch. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're going to begin the repeat for row 24 by working 1 double crochet followed by 5 single crochets. So begin with 1 double, 5 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that ends our repeat for row 24. So let's recap it. Row 24's repeat begins with 1 double crochet and it ends with 5 single crochets. You are going to work this exact set of stitches 7 more times for a total of 8 repeats on the upside of our shawl, working towards the center. And then we'll meet back up at the center. After the 8th repeat, we're now going to work the center. And we begin working towards our center by doing 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to work our center by working the double crochet, chain 2 double crochet, and we are anchoring down here to the chain space that is on row number 22. 1 double, chain 2, back into that same chain space, 1 double. Now we're going to begin to work down, and we need to begin doing that by working 3 single crochets. Your first single crochet will be placed right here on the top, the back loop of the double crochet. One, 2, and 3. Now we're going to pick back up on our repeat and work 1 double crochet, 5 single crochets, a total of 8 times on down this side. So we're going to do that 1 time together. So our repeat begins with 1 double crochet, and it ends with 5 single crochets. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. So that ends the repeat. So you're going to continue to work that exact set 7 more times, and then we'll meet up at the end of the row. We're now here at the end of row 24. I've just completed the 8th repeat, and we are now going to work the row end, and we do that by working 1 double crochet into the next stitch, and we'll do 4 single crochets over the next 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 2 single crochets worked completely into the last stitch, and that ends our row. At the end of row 24, we will now have a total of 118 stitches, which works out to 59 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 25, where we will be working in color B, and you will join on in the first stitch of your row with your 2 single crochets. Row 25 begins now, and we are going to begin by working 2 single crochets over the next 2 stitches. 1 and 2. Now our repeat for row 25 will begin, and that begins by working 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and number 3, 2 double crochets, 1 and number 2, 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 1 and number 2, and we will end the repeat by working 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So that ends the repeat for row 25. So let's recap it. Row 25's repeat began with 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 2 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, and we end with 3 single crochets. So you will start back over at the beginning of that set of stitches, and you are going to work this 3 more times on down the row, or moving up towards the center, and then we will meet back up at the center. After our 4th repeat, we're going to work the center of row 25 now by beginning with 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and number 3, 2 double crochets, 1 and number 2, 1 single crochet. And now we will skip 1 stitch and work the center, and we're going to be working 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets this time, and we are anchoring again like normal here into the chain space down on row 23. This time though, 2 double crochets. There's 1, and here is number 2. Now chain 2 and go back into the same chain space, working 2 more double crochets. 1 and number 2. Now we're going to start working our downside on row 25, and we do that by skipping 1 stitch, and we're going to jump right into the repeat from there. So we are going to skip this double crochet right here and begin the repeat by working 1 single crochet into this stitch, 2 double crochets into the next 2 stitches, 1 and 2, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, and we will end the downside repeat with 2 double crochets, 1 and number 2. So that ends row 25's downside repeat. So let's recap what we've done. Row 25's downside repeat begins with 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and we end with 2 double crochets. So you're going to work that exact set of stitches 3 more times for a total of 4 repeats, and then we'll meet up at the row end. I've just completed the 4th repeat on row 25, and we're now going to work the row end. We begin doing that by working 1 single crochet here into this next stitch, 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and number 3, 1 double crochet, 2 single crochets, 1 and number 2, and 2 single crochets in the last, 1 and 2. At the end of row 25, we will now have a total of 122 stitches, which is 61 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 26, where we will be working in color A, and you will join on with your 2 single crochets in the first stitch of the row. Row 26 begins now, and we are going to begin to work the row with 2 single crochets, worked over the next 2 stitches, 1 and number 2. Now we're going to begin the repeat for row 26 with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 double crochet, and we'll end the repeat with 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that ends our repeat for row 26. So let's recap what we've done. Row 26 repeat began with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, and we end with 4 single crochets. You are going to repeat this exact set of stitches 3 more times for a total of 4 repeats on your row working up towards the center. And we'll meet back up to work the center. After completing your 4th repeat, we're now going to work towards the center by placing 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 double crochet, 2 single crochets, 1 and 2. Now we'll work the center with 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, going in and anchoring to our chain space back on row 24. 1 double, 2, chain 2, and back in, 1 double. Now we're going to begin to work our downside, and we need to start off with 2 single crochets, and our placement is going to be right here on the top of these 2 double crochets. So there's 1 and number 2. 1 double crochet, and we'll work 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Now our repeat for the downside will begin with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 double crochet, and 4 single crochets to end the down repeat. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that ends the repeat. We'll recap it real quick. It's the same as what we did on the upside. We begin with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets. So you'll work that exact set of stitches 3 more times on down your side, and that's for a total of 4 repeats on the downside, and then we'll meet up to end the row. We're now here at the end of row 26, and I've just completed my 4th repeat, and we're now going to end the row by working 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 2 single crochets, 1 and 2, and 2 single crochets into the last stitch, going completely in. And that ends row 26. At the end of row 26, we will now have 126 total stitches, which works out to 63 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 27, where you will be working in color B. We begin row 27 by working our 2 single crochets into the very first stitch of the row. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch and move here into the next and work 2 double crochets into the stitch. There's 1 and number 2. 1 double crochet here into the next stitch. And now we're going to work a repeat. So our repeat for row 27 begins with 3 single crochets followed by 3 double crochets. We're going to work that 1 time. start with our 3 singles. There's 1, 2, and 3, and 3 double crochets. There's number 1, number 2, and number 3. And that ends our repeats. Let's recap it. 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, and you repeat that 8 more times so that we have a total of 9 repeats of this set of stitches going up towards the center, and we'll meet up again at the center. I've just completed the 9th repeat. Now we're going to work towards the center together. So we do that by working 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Now we will work 2 double crochets here into this next stitch. 1 and 2. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch and work our center, where we will be doing the 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and we're anchoring around the chain space 2 rows below on row 25. Okay, now we're going to begin to work down. We need to skip 1 stitch and work 2 double crochets into the next. So we are skipping this double crochet from the previous row, and we're going to work 2 double crochets here into this next stitch. There we go. 2 double crochets, 1, and number 2. Now we're going to begin our repeat, which is 3 single crochets followed by 3 double crochets. Want to make sure you get your placement right. So your single crochet is right here. Second one is on top of the double crochet from the previous row. There's our third. Now we work 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. So you're going to continue to work that exact set of stitches, 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, a total of 8 more times on down your row. We'll meet up at the end of the row. I've just completed the 9th repeat, and we are going to end the row by doing 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and number 3, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets into the next stitch, number 1 and number 2. Now we will skip 1 stitch and come here to the last and work 2 single crochets completely into that stitch. Chain up 2, clip your yarn and bind off. At the end of row 27, you will now have 130 stitches total. which works out to 65 stitches per side. We're now moving on to row 28, and we will be working in color A, joining on with 2 single crochets in the first stitch of the row. Row 28 begins by working 1 single crochet here into the next stitch. Now a repeat for row 28 begins by doing 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 double crochets to end the repeat. 1, 2, and 3. That ends our repeat. Let's recap it. Row 28's repeat began with 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, and we end with 3 double crochets. You are going to work that exact set of stitches 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats, and then you will meet up with me at the center. I've just completed the 5th repeat. Now we're going to work the center by working 3 single crochets over the next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and 3. Now we will work the center, so we're going to be anchoring to the chain space on row 26, working our double crochet, chain 2, double crochet. There's my double crochet, chain 2, double crochet. Now we're going to begin to work down on row 28, and that begins with 3 single crochets, and the first of our 3 single crochets needs to be positioned on the top of this double crochet, working in that back loop. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to begin our repeat for working down with 3 double crochets. This begins our repeat. 1, 2, and 3. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet. And we'll end the repeat by doing 4 single crochets. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that ends our down repeat for row 28. So let's recap it. Row 28's down repeat begins with 3 double crochets, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, and 4 single crochets. You're going to complete the same set of stitches. You're going to repeat it 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats, on the down side of the shawl, and then we'll meet up at the end of the row to work the end together. I've completed the 5th repeat and I have these 2 stitches left. So I'm going to work in the next stitch 1 single crochet and then 2 single crochets here into the last stitch. 1 and number 2. And bind off. At the end of row 28, you will now have a total of 134 stitches total, and that works out to 67 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 29, where we will be working in color B, and you will join on in the first stitch of the row with 2 single crochets in the same stitch. Row 29's repeat begins immediately by working 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 single crochet, 3 double crochet, 1, 2, and 3. 2 single crochets will end our repeat. 1 and 2. So let's recap what we've done. Row 29's repeat began over here with 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, and we end with 2 single crochets. So you'll carry on and work on up your row, doing 4 more repeats of this exact set of stitches for a total of 5 repeats up the side, and we will meet at the center. We are now at the center of row 29. I've just finished my 5th repeat. We're going to begin working towards the center with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets into the next stitch, 1 and 2. Now we're going to skip this stitch and go into the center, working into the chain space down here on row 27. We're going to place 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet back into that same chain space. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch. So we're going to skip this double crochet from the previous row, and we're going to come here to this next stitch and work 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, into that same stitch, 1 double crochet right here, into the next, and we'll do 2 single crochets over the next 2 stitches, 1 and 2. Now our repeat for the downside on row 29 is going to begin with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. And we will end the repeat with 2 single crochets, 1 and 2. So our down repeat is exactly like our up repeat, so it's pretty easy, I'm sure, for you to catch on and do. But we are going to work 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets, and 2 single crochets 4 more times, and then we will meet up at the end of the row. So you're going to have 5 repeats of that set of stitches on the downside. We're now at the end of row 29, and we're going to work 1 single crochet into the next stitch, and 2 single crochets into the last, 1 and 2. Chain up 2 and bind off. At the end of row 29, you will have 138 stitches total, which works out to 69 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 30. You will be working in color A, and you will join on in the first stitch of the row with 2 single crochets. Row 30 begins by working 1 single crochet here into this next stitch. Now our repeat for row 30 will begin immediately with 3 double crochets. One, 2, and number 3. 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 2 double crochets will end our repeat. 1 and number 2. So that ends the repeat. Let's recap what we were doing. Row number 30's repeat began with 3 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and we end with 2 double crochets. You're going to work this exact set of stitches 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats, and we will meet back up after the 5th at the center. I've completed the 5th repeat, and we're working here at the center. We're going to work 3 double crochets next. There's number 1, number 2, and number 3. 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and last but not least, number 4. Now we're going to work our center, so we work a double crochet, chain 2, double crochet all into the chain space on row 28, sliding right in there. So it's double crochet, chain 2, and double crochet. Now we're going to begin working down, and we do so by working 4 single crochets next. We want to make sure that we begin the 4 single crochets by starting the first one right here on this double crochet from the previous row. So that's our placement starts here. There's 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Now we're going to work 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. And now our repeat for row 30 working down will begin with 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. And we end with 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. So again, this repeat on the downside is just like we worked coming up to the center. You're working 3 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and we end with 2 double crochets. You will repeat this exact set 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats, and then we will meet up to work the end of the row. We are now here at the end of row 30, and I have just finished the 5th repeat of our set of stitches. And I have just these few stitches left to work, which we're going to do 1 double crochet here into the next. Oopsie daisy. 1 single crochet here into the very next stitch, and 2 single crochets here into the very last stitch, making sure you go in to that complete stitch. 1 and 2. Now you can bind off. At the end of row 30, you will now have a grand total of 142 stitches, which works out to 71 stitches per side. Now we're going to move on to row 31, where you will be working in color B and joining on with 2 single crochets in the very first stitch of the row. For those of you wanting more of a bandana style, project, you could stop at this point and just do a row of single crochets or slip stitch row to finish out the edge, and jump to the video, the final video where we do our bind off on the ends in this series, and you would have a bandana style, little kerchief style neck warmer to wear. For the rest of us, we are moving on to row 31 to do the full shawl. So we are going to join on color B and get the 2 single crochets into the first stitch so that we can work row 31 next. Row 31's repeat begins immediately with 5 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 1 single crochet, and we end with 3 double crochets. Number 2 and number 3. So that ends the repeat. So let's recap. Row 31's repeat began with 5 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, and we end with 3 double crochets. So you are going to repeat this exact set of stitches 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats on up the row, and we will meet up at the center. I've just completed the 5th repeat working up towards the center, and now we are here at the center. We're going to work 5 single crochets over the next 5 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 2 single crochets. 1 and number 2. Now we're going to work our center by working the 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet, and this time we're anchoring to the center. Chain space back on row 29. 1 double, chain 2, and 1 double. Now we're going to begin to work the downside, and we need to crochet 2 single crochets over the next 2 stitches. Just make sure that your placement on the first one is on top of that double crochet from the previous row. There's 1 and number 2. Now you will work 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now our repeat for the downside begins, and it's just like the repeat that we worked moving up. We're going to work 5 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 3 double crochets. So we're going to work one of those together. So we begin with our 5 single crochets to start the repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 1 single crochet, and 3 double crochets ends the repeat. 1, 2, and number 3. So let's recap. Our repeat begins with 5 single crochets, 3 double crochets, 1 single crochet, and 3 double crochets. So you're going to continue to work that exact set of stitches 4 more times, and you'll complete a total of 5 all the way down, and then we will meet up to end the row together. We are now here at the end of row 31, and we are now going to work the row in together. So we work 5 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. And then I have to cinch down. Cut. There we go. Now we're going to end the row. Now that I've tightened up my last row, and we place 2 single crochets into this single crochet. There's 1 and number 2. So now we chain up 2 and bind off. Now we're going to move on to the next row. So now at the end of row 31, we will now have 146 total stitches, which works out to 73 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row number 32, where we will be working in color A, and you will join on with your 2 single crochets in the first stitch of the row. Row 32 begins with 2 single crochets over the next 2 stitches. Here's number 1 and number 2. Now our repeat for row number 32 begins with 3 double crochets, 1, number 2, oops, and number 3. 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, and we'll work 4 single crochets to end the repeat. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that ends the repeat. Let's recap it. Row 32's repeat began with 3 double crochets, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, and 4 single crochets. As you will see, your position on your 3 double crochets is here in the center of the 5 double crochets back here on the row 30 that we worked. So when you work row 32, as long as you are starting that first double crochet here, you will be in the correct position. So you're going to continue to work on down the row, and you are going to repeat this exact set of stitches 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats. And then we'll meet up when you are at the center. I've just completed the 5th repeat, working up towards the center, and we're now going to work the center by working 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet, 2 single crochets, 1 and 2. Now we're going to work our center just like normal. 1 double, 2 chain 2, 1 double. You are anchoring into that chain space back on row 30. Now we're going to begin to work down on row 32, and we start that by doing 2 single crochets. Make sure the position of that first single crochet is right here on top of that double crochet from the previous row. There's 1 and 2. 1 double crochet, and 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now our down repeat for row 32 begins with 3 double crochets. It's just like the one we did to work up. And number 3. 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 double crochet. And we end with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that ends the repeat for working down on row 32. So it's exactly like we did to start this row. You do 3 double crochets, 4 singles, 1 double, 4 singles, and you keep working that set 4 more times for a total of 5 repeats, and then we'll meet up to end the row. I've just completed my 5th repeat working down. We're now here at the end of the row. We're going to end row 32 by working 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. 2 single crochets. 1 and 2. And of course, our 2 single crochets in the last. Now we'll bind off. At the end of row 32, you will have a total of 150 stitches, which works out to 75 stitches per side. Now we're going to move on to row number 33, and we will be working in color B. Join on with your 2 single crochets in the first stitch of the row. Row 33 begins by skipping the next stitch and moving here to the following. Work 2 double crochets into that same stitch. There's 1. Now number 2. 1 double crochet here to the following. And now our repeat for row 33 begins with 3 single crochets followed by 3 double crochets. We're going to work that one time together. So we start with our first single crochet, 2, and 3. 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. That ends the repeats. Let's recap it real quick. We work on down our row with 3 single crochets, 3 double crochets, and we are going to work this exact set 10 more times on down your row for a total of 11 repeats. And then we will meet up to work the center. I've just completed the 11th repeat, and we're now going to work the center. 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we will work 2 double crochets into this next stitch. 1, and 2. Skip 1 stitch, so we're skipping this double crochet right here. We're going to work our double crochet, chain 2, double crochet right there in the center, picking up that chain 2 space. 1 double, chain 2, and 1 double. Now we're going to begin to work down, and we're going to skip this next stitch. So we're skipping that double crochet. We're going to come here to this next, and we are going to work 2 double crochets into that stitch. 1 and number 2. Now we're going to begin to work our down side in our repeats the same. 3 single crochets followed by 3 double crochets. And we need to work that a total of 11 times. And then we'll meet up to end our row. And there we go. 3 singles, 3 doubles. We're now meeting up after the last repeat here on row 33. We are going to end our row by working 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets into the next stitch, 1 and 2. Now we will skip 1 stitch right there, moving into the last, 2 single crochets. Chain up 2 and bind off. At the end of row 33, you will now have a total of 154 stitches, which works out to 77 stitches per side. We are now working row 34, where you will join on with color A and work 2 single crochets in the first stitch. We begin working row 34 by working 1 double crochet. We're going to be anchoring to this stitch back here that we actually skipped. It's kind of hidden right in between there, but our front loop is there. So we're going to grab that and work 1 double crochet. Now we're going to begin the repeat for row 34 with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and number 4. 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we will end the repeat by working 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet over the next 3 stitches, making a little square. 1 double, 1 single, and 1 double. So that ends our repeat. So let's recap what we've done. Row 34's repeat began with 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, one double crochet. So you're going to continue on down your row, working this exact set of stitches 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats, working up towards the center. And then we'll meet back up to work the center. We are now here at this center on row 34. We have 3 stitches before our center, so we're going to work 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Now we work our center, double crochet, chain 2, double crochet, picking up that chain 2 space from back on row 32, chain 2, now we're going to begin to work down on row 34 with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to begin our repeat in reverse. We're going to work 1 double crochet, 1 single, 1 double, then 4 single, 1 double, 4 single. And we'll be working that a total of 6 times after I finish dropping all my loops 10 times over. So repeat begins, 1 double, 1 single, 1 double, 4 singles, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 double crochet, and we end the repeat with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That ends our repeat. Repeat working down on row 34 starts with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 4 singles, 1 double, and 4 singles. Continue to work that exact repeat 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats, and we'll meet up to end the row. I have just finished the 6th repeat on row 34. Now we're going to work the end together. We have these 2 stitches left, and just like at the beginning of the row, we are going to work 1 double crochet, and we're going to find the placement by squeezing this apart. We're going for that skipped stitch back on row 32. We pick up that front loop. It's kind of hidden behind the double crochets. We work 1 double crochet. Now we work 2 single crochets into the last stitch. 1 and number 2. Chain up and bind off. At the end of row 34, you will now have 158 total stitches, and that works out to 79 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 35. You will be working in color B. Join on with 2 single crochets in the first stitch. Row 35's repeat begins immediately with 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 2 double crochets, 1, and number 2. 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. That ends the repeat. So we're going to recap what we've done. Row number 35's repeat began with 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 2 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, and we end with 3 single crochets. So you're going to work this exact set of stitches 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats on your row, and we'll meet up for the center. After our 6th repeat, we're going to work towards our center, and we begin doing so with 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we'll work 2 double crochets into this next stitch. 1, and 2. Skip the next stitch, so we're going to skip that double crochet, and working into the center, we're going to work our normal center, double crochet, chain 2, double crochet, and we're of course picking up that chain 2 space from 2 rows below. Now we're going to begin to work our downside, and to do so we are going to skip this double crochet and work 2 double crochets here into this next stitch. 1 and number 2. Now we're going to work 3 single crochets into the next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and 3. Now we will begin our repeat for the downside, which is going to match just like what we did on the upside, with 1 double crochet to begin the repeat, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 2 double crochets, 1 and 2, 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, and 2, and we end with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. And just like we did on the upside, you're going to repeat that exact set of stitches 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats, and then we'll meet up and work the row end. Our repeat begins 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 2 double crochets, 1 single crochet, 2 double crochets, and we end with 3 single crochets. So continue to work that exact set, and we'll be back for the row end. Now we will end the row by working 1 double crochet, There we go. And 2 single crochets in the last. 1 and 2. And bind off. At the end of row 35, we will now have 162 stitches, which works out to 81 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 36. You will be working in color A, join on with 2 single crochets into the first stitch of the row. We begin row 36 with 4 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now a repeat for row 36 begins with 1 double crochet, followed by 5 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. Pretty simple repeat, so let's recap it. Row number 36 repeat is very simple. 1 double crochet, 5 single crochets. You will repeat this set of stitches a total of 11 more times. So you got 11 more repeats to work for a total of 12 repeats on your row. We will meet at the center. I've just completed the 12th repeat. Now we're going to work the center. We begin with 1 double crochet here into this next stitch. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and number 3. Now we're going to work our center just like normal. 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet into the chain 2 space down here on row 34. Ta-da! Now we're going to begin to work down, and we begin to do so by working 3 single crochets. Placement of that first single crochet is right here on the top of this double. Back loop only, of course. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to begin our repeat down. It's the same as our repeat. Moving up, 1 double crochet followed by 5 single crochets. And you are going to work 12 repeats total. So after we work this one together, you will have 11 more to go. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Keep working that exact set of stitches 11 more times and meet up with me to end your row. I've completed the 12th repeat. Now we're going to end the row with 1 double crochet, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and number 4. 2 2 single crochets into the last stitch. And bind off. Now we're going to move on to row 37. At the end of row 36, you will have a total of 166 stitches, which works out to be 83 stitches per side. We are now moving on to row 37, where we will be working in color B. Join on with your 2 single crochets in the first stitch of the row. Row 37 begins now, and we begin by working into this next stitch. So we're going to skip one and work here into the following, working 2 double crochets into this stitch. 1 and 2. Now we're going to begin the repeat for row 37 by doing 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. 3 single crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to work 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. And we will end the repeat by working 2 double crochets. 1 and number 2. That ends the repeat, so let's recap what we've done. Row number 37's repeat began with 3 double crochets, 3 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, and we end with 2 double crochets. So you will continue to work this exact set of stitches 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats, and we'll meet up for the center. I've completed the 6th repeat, and now we're going to work the center. We begin working that center by working 3 double crochets, 1, 2, and 3. Now we will work 3 single crochets, 1, 2, and 3. 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet. Now we will work the center, 1 double crochet, chain 2, and 1 double crochet. Remember, we're picking up center chain space from row 35 for this row. Now we're back in for our second double crochet. Now we're going to begin to work down on row 37, and we do so by working 1 single crochet, and we have that placement right there, top of that double crochet from the previous row. Now we're going to work 1 double crochet right here in the next stitch. 3 single crochets, 1, 2 and 3, 2 double crochets, 1 and 2. Now our downside repeat for row 37 is just like our upside. We're going to work 3 double crochets, 1, 2 and 3, 3 single crochets, 1, 2 and 3, 1 double crochet, 3 single crochets, 1, 2 and 3, and 2 double crochets to end the repeat for the downside, 1 and 2. So just like we did on the upside, you are going to repeat that exact set of stitches 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats down this side. And then we'll meet up for the row ending. We're here at the end of row 37, and we're going to work 1 double crochet right here into the next, 2 double crochets worked into this next stitch, 1 and 2. We're going to skip 1 stitch and work 2 single crochets into the last stitch of the row, 1 and 2. Chain up 2 to bind off. At the end of row 37, we will have 170 stitches, which works out to 85 stitches per side. We are now going to move on to row 38. We will be joining on color A, working 2 single crochets into the first stitch. Row 38 begins by working 8 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We will now begin the repeat for row 38, which begins with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, and we will end by working 9 single crochets over the next 9 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That ends our repeat. So let's recap what we've done. Row 38's repeat began with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 9 single crochets ends that repeat. You're going to continue to work the same set of stitches on down your row, and you're going to need to repeat it 5 more times for a total of 6 repeats on your row. And then we will meet up to work the center. I have just completed the 6th repeat of our set of stitches, and we're now going to work this center together. We begin working it with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet. Now we're going to work the center, double crochet, chain 2, double crochet just like normal, anchoring in here to this chain space, back on row 36, 1 double crochet, chain 2, 1 double crochet. Now we're going to begin to work down, and we are going to work 1 single crochet. Placement of that single crochet is right here on top of the double crochet from the previous row. Now our repeat for row number 36, working down, will begin with 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, and 1 double crochet. We will end the repeat with 9 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We're going to continue to work that exact set of stitches, total of 5 more times, so that you have 6 complete repeats going down this side of the shawl. Then we will meet up to end the shawl together. We are now here at the end of row 38 to complete the final part of this row. We are now going to work 1 double crochet, 1 single crochet, 1 double crochet, 8 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then we end this row 2 single crochets into this last stitch. Chain up 2 and bind off. At the end of row 38, you will have a total of 174 stitches, which works out to 87 stitches per side. This concludes this section of our shawl. We are now going to be moving over to tutorial part 2 to start working pattern number 37, chart 2, which is our second design. We're going to be working that design onto the shawl next. So hopefully you have enjoyed this tutorial, and you will join me over for part 2 to work on the next section of the shawl. As always, I greatly appreciate you so much for watching. Please leave me a thumbs up if you did enjoy this tutorial, and if you would like, I would love to hear from you down below in the comments. Until next time, bye for now.